We're back. I don't think the teleportation worked. I don't know why. I set it up. I don't know. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we're starting a little bit early, and I'm glad that you could find your way back here. Beam me up. And we're back for the afternoon. Still are not back from break yet, so we didn't miss a thing. That was some interesting stuff we just talked about on the Ashley Benefield trial, huh? Very, very interesting. It'll be interesting to see what the court does with that, in my opinion. In my opinion. And we're back. Thank you. Thank you. I like yellow. Beam me up, Scotty. Hello. Hello. Hello, Jessica. Good morning, afternoon. It's afternoon. It's 4 p.m. here on the East Coast. And according to the sign on Law and Crime, court is supposed to come back at 4 p.m. Pacific, but they're not back yet. But at least we don't have to look at a fan. And we have split screen today. It's very, very exciting if you're just coming in for the afternoon stream. It is so exciting. We have a split screen from Law and Crime. We have great sound today. So it is like we're firing on all cylinders today, my friend. All of the cylinders. It's a good thing. We are still on Detective Mogg, former Detective Mogg, retired Detective Mogg of the Las Vegas Metro PD. And he's still on the stand talking about, no, they didn't say why it was so long. They just said it was their lunch break. So they took a lunch break until 1 p.m. Pacific. And so that's just what they did. But it's okay because we got to squeeze in a whole other stream on the Ashley Benefield post-trial motions, which are pretty exciting. Well, if you believe that Ashley Benefield is not guilty. Jurors, mistrial judge, mistrial with prejudice. That's what you think, Michael? Are you talking about Ashley Benefield? Presume? Ashley Benefield, I presume? We'll see. Well, the Inca says it would be very interesting to see what the court does in the Benefield case. Big jury stuff these days, a lot, right? There's a lot of it. It seems like every case there's allegations of jury tampering or the jurors are being called in for stuff, things and stuff that may lead to bias, misconduct. We're seeing it in a lot of high profile cases. Murdoch. Serenity, I don't want to miss a thing. I don't want to miss a thing. That's a song. Aerosmith, right? I got it. I know. I think in song lyrics too. I don't want to miss a thing. Yep. Missed that fan too, Scott. Missed that fan. Fan didn't do nothing. I know. OnlyFans all the time. Teleport fail. I ended up in 2023. I know, Lori. Didn't work. It's a YouTube thing. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. Harmony wants to know what they had for lunch. Well, it's Vegas. You can pretty much get anything you want. They don't buy the jury lunch unless they're deliberating, I believe, in most jurisdictions. I don't know. Colleen wants me to check my email. Okay. Check my email, Colleen. I don't see any email from you. Fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. If you sent it somewhere else, I'm not going to get it. I do not see anything from you. To fanbase at mlittlelaw.com. But I bet you tried. You got sent to the YSL trial. Oh no, is little Woody still on the stand? Oh my goodness. I fell into that trial the other day. And this guy, Lil Woody, this is comedy gold. He's comedy gold. This guy, I think he's gonna have a huge career after this. He's hilarious. He's like, I don't remember anything I said to detectives. I lied to the detectives. I just wanted to keep myself out of jail. I didn't do nothing. I mean, it was great. Did you guys watch Little Woody or Lil Woody? Yeah, Laura says she needs to move to Vegas. Court starts at 11, lunch an hour later. You know, the judge may have some other matters to tend to in the morning for her other cases, like a calendar. Maybe she had a calendar this morning. That's why they didn't start this trial until 11. I don't know. But for us on the East Coast, we're doing this. And she went to like almost 5 yesterday. So we're in it for the long afternoon haul. Which could be a couple hours. Yeah, I don't know. Delilah, you sent me an email yesterday. I do read all my emails. I don't always get a chance to respond to them. So rest assured that if you sent me an email, my mods have nothing to do with checking my email. I check it myself and it's just me. I'm like a one-woman show over here. So if you send me an email, I've seen it. I'm not sure what it is. I get thousands a day. And just so that you know, like for those of you who send me emails, I do not give legal advice. I do not refer people to attorneys. I do not look at your case personally. I cannot be your pen pal. And Delilah, I don't even know if that's what your email was about. But trust me when I tell you, I get a lot of crazy emails. People who want me to send them money and, buy some Apple gift cards and go meet up with their son and buy a plane ticket to South America and take their son to see them in South America. There's some craziness going on out there. So be rest assured, I do read them. I don't always have a chance to respond to them. So there's that. And also, I can't be anybody's pen pal. I'm sorry. Hi, Lori Life 360 for the win. Thanks for the 20. And says in reference to Ashley Benefield and the jurors going forward, they really need to do background checks as well as sequester the jurors. It may take longer to find a juror, but it's worth it in the end. Well, they did those background checks in Massachusetts, right? Those Corey checks. And I don't know if they do those as a matter of course, but as far as like criminal background checks, they do. But like these complaints would have been, stuff in family court. They may not have been criminal charges. But yeah, I mean, I think you're right. And I want to say that in Florida, I think that they do some sort of background check. But, we rely on jurors to be honest in their questionnaires. And thank you so much for the 20 and the super chat. But like if jurors are not honest in their questionnaires, they can't possibly be ruled out for bias or challenged for cause, or you might want to use a peremptory on them. Right? A peremptory, for those of you who don't know, is you don't need a reason to get somebody off the panel. You can just, for whatever reason, say, I don't want this person, and you get a certain number of them depending on the jurisdiction that you're in. In New York, I don't know what it is right now. It could be like up to 15 peremptories in a criminal case. But Arizona has 0. And Nevada, I believe, is using modified Arizona rules. I think maybe they get 4 peremptories. So states are responsible for their own court rules, and it varies by state. And so, very interesting. Yeah. And that's where we are. It's 10:15 in South Africa. Thanks, Cheryl, for tuning in from South Africa. Yucca Valley Nan's like, as a Californian, I'm loving the West Coast hours. Those East Coast juror starts were harsh, yeah, but not in Dedham because of Judge Bev's summer schedule. Like, it was like half day Fridays, days off on Wednesday. I mean, that was the craziest court schedule in the Karen Reed case. There were so many days off, so many half days, so many like conflicts that jurors had that they were not available, that the case that took over 9 weeks, almost 10 weeks, into 10 weeks, could have taken much less time without all the days off and the half a days and without all of the what if any's. What if any took, I mean, at least a whole day. If you put all the what if any together, that's like a whole day of trial. And then if you also factor in Lally repeating the answer of everybody's question into his next question, that would take like another 2 days off the total trial. So all that lallygagging added a lot of days to that trial, in my opinion. Wait, what? Melissa would like a vacation to Ireland. Okay, Olinka, new watcher requests a quick synopsis of the Boss Baby. Boss Baby was nicknamed Boss Baby by his employees. Rob Tellis, who is the defendant here, is on trial for open murder in the case of the death of Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter Jeff Garman. Jeff Garman was a career investigative journalist for over 40 years. in Las Vegas. He investigated such dangerous people as organized crime figures. For example, Tony the Ant Spilatro, who was played by Joe Pesci in the 1995 film Casino, was the subject of many of Jeff Garriman's news articles. But Jeff Garriman wrote a couple of pieces about Rob Tellis, who was an elected official. He was the public administrator for Clark County in Nevada. He's also an attorney. You need to be the attorney to be the public administrator. And there were some employees underneath Jeff Garriman in the county office who thought that he was toxic, creating a hostile work environment, and also discriminating against the workers. And they complained to Clark County, but Clark County didn't do anything about it. So they found Jeff Garriman, and Jeff Garriman believed them, and he's talked to them. And I linked in one of the pretrial catch-ups the 48 hours piece to watch if you wanted to as background. And so Jeff Garriman believed these women and listened to them, and he started writing pieces about Rob Tellis, and he actually interviewed Rob Tellis. And we looked I did two, kind of like a shallow dive into this case, two pretrial shows about it. We watched some video of some interviews that Rob Tellis gave. And the women also set up a hidden camera and caught Rob Tellis because they thought he was having an inappropriate relationship with one of his subordinates, who was a co-worker of these women. They set up a hidden camera or a phone camera or whatever in the shopping center mall parking garage. And they videotaped several times where Rob Tellis would go and have backseat meetings with this woman that they accused him or thought he was having inappropriate relationship with. And Jeff Garriman wrote about it in his articles. And he wrote 4 articles starting in May of 2022. And then on September 2nd of 2022, Jeff Garriman was stabbed 7 times outside his Las Vegas home. And the person on trial for that is the subject of those articles, Rob Tellis. And we so far have heard from 8 witnesses, the witnesses on the stand. We've seen, he dressed in a costume. Whoever this perpetrator was dressed in a costume. And we've seen surveillance footage of this person wearing this costume. It was in 115 degrees in Las Vegas that day. He was wearing an orange reflective long sleeve shirt, giant straw hat, a jeans, sneakers, carrying a duffel bag. The straw hat that looks like the one the person was wearing was cut up, found in Rob Tellis's house. Also, the sneaker was found underneath Rob Tellis's couch, cut up into hundreds of pieces in a Ziploc bag. And that same duffel bag was also found in Rob Tellis's house. The witness who's on the stand now is talking about all the surveillance footage of the car that looks like Rob Tellis's wife's car in and around the neighborhood of Jeff Garriman on the day of the murder. But there was a license plate removed from the front, so they couldn't see that. And we're kind of getting into that now. Rob Tellis's defense is that he was framed. He was framed because Compass Realty had a scheme. And he was under surveillance for some reason. We haven't really found out why Rob Tellis was under surveillance, but Rob Tellis says there was a scheme that Compass Realty was buying these homes from decedents that were represented by the public administrator, and they would go in there, destroy the homes, and then buy them back cheaply without even having a public auction. And that was the big scheme. And so therefore, they are framing him for the murder of Jeff Garriman. I don't know if they were framing him, wouldn't they kill him? Why would they kill Jeff Garriman? It doesn't really make any sense to me, but that is his defense. Rob Tellis has, for many months during the pretrial events of this case, represented himself in court. And he has said that he is absolutely going to testify. So we can't wait for that. We have a defense attorney who sounds, in my mind, just like Eric Roberts, the actor who's in like every Lifetime movie playing the psycho stalker killer doctor who marries the unsuspecting woman. Eric Roberts' voice comes to mind. We have a judge who's a mashup of Cyndi Lauper, 90s Madonna, and Betsey Johnson with the voice of Megan Mullally's character in Will and Grace. So this is very exciting. Unfortunately, she has not. That's right. It's History of DV. Thank you. Unfortunately, the judge has not said much. There have not been many objections in this trial. The judge has not said much during this trial at all. He also, yes, has a history of DV. We watched some body cam footage on one of the pretrial shows where he was hammered. It looked like he was hammered in the video, the body cam video, where his wife had called law enforcement because he tried to choke her in the car when they were driving home from an event. And yeah, it was chilling. So there's that. It is spelled Corey. Thank you, Yuri's math teacher, for pointing out the correct spelling of Corey, Cori. Yuri's math teacher. How Yuri got 9 drinks from 2 Tito's and a Bud Light on a receipt. It's the reason that Yuri's math teacher changed his name to Yuri's math teacher during the Karen Reed trial. If you know, you know. Don Canine says, do you know Eric Roberts hold the records for the most films? I do know that. You know why? Because because I have a friend who is also an actor and has a taping studio where, actors go and tape their auditions because everything's on tape now. There are no in-person auditions anymore. And so you have to tape your audition and send it in. And Eric Roberts was in town and he needed to tape an audition. So he went to see my friend at her studio and she taped his audition for him. And she said that he told her that he was once blacklisted in Hollywood. And ever since then, he has just the attitude of, I'm just going to say yes to everything. Well, he does say yes to everything. And he is in, I don't even know how many movies a year, a lot. He is the brother of Julia Roberts and the father of Emma Roberts. If you know, you know. So cool. Violet, it is Cyndi Lauper, Betsey Johnson, and 90s Madonna. 90s or 80s Madonna. I'm not really sure what we decided. But there's that. Yeah, all the irony, right? Yep. Margaret Hutchins says this judge hasn't sighed or twirled her glasses or threatened to turn off the fans or called a sidebar every 5 minutes. I don't remember why Eric Roberts was blacklisted. I don't remember. Does anybody know? I can't recall. So let me know. I'm going to put this up for a second while I just take a quick break. I just got to I just got to respond to a message or two. And I'll be right back with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please be seated.
I hate eating on camera, so I didn't leave. I just was trying to finish that protein bar the Amazon driver left in the mailbox, and it's like 85 degrees outside. They're like chocolate covered protein bars, so thanks for that.
Please come to order.
They all melted.
Okay, does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may call your next witness.
The state's going to call Dr. Stephanie Yagi.
See if they get back to their split screen. There's the boss baby. Tell me it doesn't look like the boss baby. I hate it, but thanks, Don. Oh, Scott, you got to catch up. We did 2 pre-trial catch-up shows.
If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
We're only on day 2, Scott, so
You do
you're not that far
solemnly swear
behind.
the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So
We
there's
know
going to be
about them.
natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Okay. All right, you guys, I know you're flipping out here, but yes, you're not imagining things when you see the medical examiner come to the stand on day 2 of the trial. We're going to find out a cause of death on day 2 of the trial. And let's see if this medical examiner properly put the cause of death, or the manner of death actually, on the death certificate as homicide. It didn't have to try and get strong-armed by somebody like Proctor and Buchanan to change it from undetermined to homicide. This is very exciting. If you know, you know. This is the 9th witness to testify in the prosecution's case and the 2nd witness to be named Stephanie. So there you go. Fun fact.
Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office?
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body in a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Garman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay, so after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tote tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a
Photographs.
process of taking?
Photographs, can you believe it? Photographs. The body comes in a sealed bag. Did we hear anything like that about Officer John O'Keefe's body coming to the medical examiner's office in a sealed bag? His hands weren't bagged. We didn't hear about any of that stuff in the death of Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe, did we? Nope. I always wanted to be a medical examiner too when I was a kid, because I used to watch that show Quincy, and I thought it'd be so cool because you get to be a doctor and you wouldn't have to worry about like killing anybody by accident because they're already dead. And I always wanted to be a medical examiner too. Somebody said in the chat. All right, an actual procedure. Moving on.
Fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened. The internal organs are taken out. They are evaluated as well as weighed. Again, documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was
X-rays,
done in-
imagine.
Correct.
All right. Now at this time, I'd like to approach with
Post-mortem x-rays. Could you imagine? Could you imagine what maybe they might have found on Officer John O'Keefe had they taken post-mortem x-rays, like, I don't know, a broken nose or a fractured arm or a dislocated shoulder, perhaps? Crazy thought, isn't it? I love Dennis Miller, for the record. I love Dennis Miller. So funny. Thank you, Autoscope.
what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203.
Correct.
May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect, I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
If they're going to show them, I'm going to take them off screen because YouTube does not like them. Hopefully they don't. We're back to the split screen.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
In general, these are going to be photographs from the forensic processing portion as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. This time, permission to publish. Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay, they're not.
I think
Gonna
it's
show
pronounced Gehrman, but that's
apologize.
okay. It's okay. How old was Mr. Gehrman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently here, these 2 lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you again. How old was Mr. Gehrman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay, let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving. So specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Gehrman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
I think he's looking at the
Publishing
photos,
Exhibit
Linda.
198.
The autopsy photos they're not showing to us, thankfully.
What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take a mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but let me see. If you look at it up close here, can you see it at all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's republish it, and then you can circle it for us. Publishing 198. Please show us where the wound is to the left posterior neck.
Is there any way to make it lighter?
You know, we can try.
Well, they have a pretty good tech in this trial. We've seen so many crazy things. A split screen, good audio,
How about that? Seems pretty good.
an awesome
Good,
judge
doctor?
Yes.
Okay.
who doesn't
And I
insert
can zoom in
herself.
too, so why don't I zoom in a little bit more? All right. So can you please tell us where another injury was noted on the left posterior neck?
Yes, it's going to be right here.
All right, let the record reflect that the witness has noted another, what appears to almost look like a perforating injury to the back part of his neck. And just in layman's terms, posterior means what?
The back.
Okay. Anterior means what?
The front.
And lateral means what?
On this side.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury, that third injury?
The injury of the left posterior neck was
Yeah.
also involving the skin and subcutaneous tissues.
Okay. And did it also touch on some of the superficial muscles?
Yes.
What sort of injury or effect does that have on a person?
It could be variable.
It could be what?
Oh, variable?
Okay. Let's,
I like this Emmy too, Randy.
was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay. What type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay. What was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm going to publish Exhibit 190.
No, don't show it to us. JR says Chili DeCastro did the exact same thing with the faces in court. Maybe Chili is his attorney. No, but fun fact, Chili's case was dismissed by this same judge and he was set free right away. And this judge is the one who threw his case out. So that's a fun fact, but interesting that you bring him up.
Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view
Yes.
of at least one of those injuries?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
Okay. So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, we'll give you some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay. You mentioned what damage was it? I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel.
So if you're keeping track, I think we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4 stab wounds, 2 to the neck,
Does that refresh your
2
memory?
to the chest
Okay.
and heart.
So tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
Okay. If that portion of that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Gehrman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us, I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues, as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage?
Nevada does have the death penalty. However, it was taken off the table for this defendant for some reason. I'm not sure what, because we didn't go through all the pretrial motions, but they do have it. He's not facing it. And I hope he testifies because I can't wait for it.
Damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3. Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Darren's torso?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay, but Doc, let me just approach real. I just
Doc.
want to make sure I'm getting the numbers.
It's a little familiar.
You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears on the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back.
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury. So just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum.
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
Right.
This attorney's name is
Publishing 192. What are we looking at?
Christopher Hamner for the prosecution. There's 2 prosecutors on this case. His name is Christopher Hamner. And he doesn't say what, if anything, before his questions. And he's very prepared, and he doesn't really use notes. And he's very comfortable with what he's doing. And it makes a huge difference, doesn't it, in a prosecutor? Just saying.
Here.
Again, this is the posterior or back portion of the body. And we have 2 stab wounds as well, here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits I'm gonna butcher that. I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, both the skin and subcutaneous tough tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these 2 up here. What sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right. Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Gehrman's hands. I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Gehrman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
Let's see if I can bring the darkness down. But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration, and she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
There are wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There's an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200.
Notice
Did you
the
know-
lack of
And
objections.
then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay, could you circle it for us?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions, or again, these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. when you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide.
And in lay
Homicide.
terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to the case.
That is what did not appear on the death certificate of Officer John O'Keefe in the Karen Reed case. It was not, the manner of death was not homicide. It was undetermined, despite Proctor and Buchanan's best efforts to get the medical examiner to change the cause of the manner of death to homicide. She would not do it. And it still says undetermined to this day on his death certificate. And yet, there was still a hung jury in the Karen Reed case, even though Officer John O'Keefe was not hit by a car.
Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there are 6 stab wounds.
And how many
I thought there were 7.
slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes.
You had given testimony concerning what appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
Incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes.
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
Correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No.
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes.
near the heart,
Yes.
and that would have been the second most grievous or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound? to bleed?
Internally or externally?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So then it'd be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. it would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding
But a small amount versus a large amount.
at the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Girl, I just want her to move that microphone closer to herself. Every time she leans forward to talk into the microphone, I feel like she's going to hurt her neck. Just pick it up and move it towards yourself. Or is it not adjustable? I feel bad for her.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incise wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge. No,
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of them? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, but the two primary wounds.
the deepest wound I believe was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
We all can hear him writing. We can
Safe
only-
to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that
Hi,
the
Mike.
blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
No.
It is not safe to assume that.
Yeah.
And please explain why.
We could have nicked the carotid.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade. Or the blade could not be pushed in fully, which would then create a wound that is not as long as the full length of the blade.
And in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion.
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
Is that the judge working on a MacBook laptop behind her? It's like Sex in the City product placement. Is that the judge working on a MacBook? That's funny. She's checking her email.
So based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was a blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, and are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
She's the
And at
be
the
all
time
end
of
all
your
of how he
examination
died.
of the
Yeah.
body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding again would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. I mean, the bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there's a member of law enforcement present as well.
Was it
Can you
Proctor?
recall who that was?
I
Michael
believe it was
Proctor?
Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously
And that would have been where where defendant Rob Telley's DNA would have been found in the fingernail clippings. I think this lawyer's trying to plant the seed that perhaps it was planted, DNA was planted in his client's DNA was planted in the decedent's fingernails. I don't know about the lady in red. We're going to look for that, Randy. I don't know. Great question.
the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands.
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you do that?
Briefly, yes.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
It's 115 degrees.
There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
Ooh,
An incised wound of the neck. Yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
yeah,
Yes.
let's be honest.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
There's
he's
stab
trying to
wounds
get away.
to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities. Yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You
He's a little
examined the
sarcastic.
hands,
I'm
correct?
here for it. He's a little snarky. Did you see his facial expression? He's like, oh, my freeze game is on point today. It's like, well, let me rephrase. I'll take that back a second. I don't know about the lady in red, but yes, his paramour from the back seat was a brunette. So if the lady in red is blonde, then no, that's not her. And Ned Ludd said it's a frenzied attack. Sounds that way. Sounds like he came up behind him. Maybe he stabbed him in the back and on the side first and then turned around, slit his throat, and punctured his heart. We'll see. But again, the medical examiner can't determine that because I don't think there's any way of her knowing.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual is being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
I don't know if the knife was recovered, Randy. Does anybody know? I don't think
In
so.
reference to the incisors, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade. Again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife.
Wait, we learned about this.
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Also, bruising does not happen post-mortem. Didn't we learn that? In the Officer John O'Keefe murder trial?
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
3 inches into the heart is 3 inches into the heart. That's enough to do the job. And you really don't need a very deep cut to slice a carotid. If you know, you know, unfortunately. But, I mean, listen, he's working with what he has. He's a very accomplished attorney who happens to sound exactly like Eric Roberts. Can't get it out of my head. Go look up Eric Roberts later. Watch some clips. You're going to agree with me. Close your eyes and you'll hear it.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Oh, they did find one in
Again,
his
the cut
garage
to the
bag?
neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
His point is that there was
Thank
not
you.
blood all over his clothes and all over his car or his wife's car that they alleged that he was driving at the time. But again, we learned yesterday that he went to the gym in the afternoon after this. And while the defense attorney tried to say, well, you know, somebody who would actually murder somebody would not go to the gym afterwards. Some of you opined in the chat that maybe that's where he went there to take a shower and stuff. So that's interesting. Somebody did say, yes, one was found in his garage. You mean a blade? I mean, this could have been done with, I don't know, maybe a pocket knife, right? Some of the pocket knives have 3-inch blades on them. We're going to find out if they ever recovered what they think is the murder weapon, but I am not aware of it.
I have no further questions.
All right.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Megan Mullally. Okay, and the red dress, the woman in the red dress, I believe, is a Las Vegas local reporter. If anybody knows, you can put her name in the chat. She's showing a little cleavage today, so the cameraman. Oh, that is a clerk using the Mac. Okay. We're a little behind, so we're going to move a little bit forward.
Help you, God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives. And our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene.
I'm getting Cameron Manheim vibes, a younger Cameron Manheim vibes from her. Anybody else?
Which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram. And at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
Yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff German?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. German was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes.
Okay. When you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
She looks a little excited about going to autopsies too. She's like, yes, it was my lucky day. David, he did get an attorney, Robert Draskovich, which is the attorney that we've seen cross-examining. This was just from 20 minutes ago. So maybe you sent this before he was questioning, but he is no longer pro se. Kimmy, thank you. Fleetwood fan, here we go again. You want your freedom. Thank you for a song quote coming in from Canada. For those of you who don't know, Cameron Manheim is in the new season of Law and Order, or the new reboot of Law and Order, the original Law and Order, in which Tony Goldwyn from Scandal played the president in Scandal. Love that show. Love Tony Goldwyn. Tony Goldwyn is the new DA, took over for Jack McCoy. So you don't want to miss the new Law and Orders. I've auditioned for that show so many times, and I really feel like it's my time. It's my time. I need to come in. I need to be with Tony Goldwyn. Films in New York, manifest that for me, everyone. Thank you. Love you. Oops.
Okay. And once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day. And for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay. And I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay. And you said
I'm sorry, but after the whole panning, the whole lockdown, I never want to hear PPE again. Can we think of a different name for it?
PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is. But can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body, booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay. And when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay. And what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically Given the case, there's handbags on there, so we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay. And are you working?
Thank you for saying buccal swab instead of buccal swab. That's a swab of the inside of the cheek to take DNA. I also call it buccal swab. Apparently, there's two appropriate pronunciations. You can say buccal or buccal. I prefer buccal. So thank you for validating me, Cameron Manheim, aka Jennifer Manning. Appreciate you.
Working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes.
And are you both separately taking photographs?
Yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after
Okay, the seal is intact. She did the fingernail clippings. Janine, I love Maura Tierney. Did anybody watch The Affair? I think it was on Showtime. The Affair with Maura Tierney. Discuss. Loved that show. So sad when it was over. The scene from that show where they did like the flash mob dance at the wedding of the daughter was made me cry every single time. Love The Affair. Discuss amongst yourselves. Thank you.
I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes.
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
Yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any?
Handbags, not to be confused with purses or Birkin bags or any other kind of, they bag the hands in Nevada. Imagine that. Of a corpse to preserve the evidence that could be contained within the hands. They put bags over the hands at the crime scene. Something else we did not see with regard to Officer Don O'Keefe.
Any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is, or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay. And this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay. And so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay. And that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological.
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an
Yes.
evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log.
She sounded so curious. I think that's why the chuckle. Where does it go? Look, a chain of custody, my friends. Chain of custody. Can you imagine? Things are sealed with real evidence tape, real evidence bags, not Stop and Shop bags, real containers, not Solo cups. This is crazy town. I mean, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, but this law enforcement community is up to snuff, in my opinion. What say you?
So we will log it back at the CSI section. And then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
Shoot, an
When
evidence
you drop
chute.
that evidence down that
An evidence chute, like a laundry chute. I always wanted a laundry chute in my house, except I have my laundry on the second floor, which is genius, quite frankly. If you're building a house or you have the option, put the laundry on your second floor where your bedroom is, because you'll always do it. And you don't have to go into the basement or the garage. Always wanted a laundry chute. An evidence chute. They have an evidence chute. That's what I was thinking. And also, yes, Elliott Stabler, 100, still to this day.
chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets.
Yes.
What happened with that?
That was.
Okay, there's a girl sitting in the gallery with beautiful red hair. I mean, it looks kind of red to me. She's got gorgeous hair. I'm just scanning the gallery to see if Boss Baby's wife is there, and I don't see her. Or his backseat paramour. Don't see her either. If you guys play I Spy, and you do, let me know. I'm surprised there's a lot of empty seats in this courtroom. Anybody can go to court. It's public.
Drying closets?
Yes.
What happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Evidence chute.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Olyanka
Show these
Whitney was the
photographs
daughter,
just for
right?
the record
Whitney.
To Mr. Draskovich.
Whitney's wedding. Yeah, the way it ended was, I cry every time. No spoilers, but great show, The Affair. I think it was on Showtime. I think it's
So,
telling
Ms.
you.
Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as states proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
Elmer Fudd comes to mind with Telly's as well, yeah? Elmer Fudd / Boss Baby / Megamind. I didn't know who Megamind was yesterday until somebody pointed it out to me. And
Okay.
Looking through those, do those appear to be just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at states proposed 177 through 187.
while we're waiting for them to look at these exhibits, let's just let's take a look at something Colleen sent me. This is pretty fun. Colleen, did you draw this? I don't know if this is your version of Boss Baby, but
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you.
thank you, Candy
Ms.
Cane.
Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as states 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand, or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken,
Yes.
both hands. This is states 163, which is just sort of a closer version. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead states 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand.
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in.
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet.
And that is the outfit that we saw him wearing at the taco truck surveillance, not taco truck, it was the taco place that was in the shopping center where we saw him get out of the car.
That was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the
I just got to move these closed
Decedent?
captions. Hold on.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys. Is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay. And you photographed that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm showing you states 171. Still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And
Would
by
it be
defects,
swabbed?
it's something in the fabric like hole or something like that.
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes.
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay.
Sperry
And
topsiders,
states
everyone.
176 appear to be the backs of his shoes.
R.I.P.
that is
Jeffrey
correct.
Gehrman.
Now, after we talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
Ooh, let's
And when
let's
you-
stop on this and let's we got to move these captions again. I'm not a cupcake, sorry guys. I want to get a good look at. This was September 7th. Because this was the day of his arrest or the day they executed the search warrant on his house. The stabbing was September 2nd. Sadly, Jeff Gehrman's body was not found until September 3rd. And this is when they photographed him on September 7th. He's wearing a Hanes V-neck tee. It looks like very, very clean. And I think it's she's going to take some photos of the injuries to his finger too. So let's take a look.
We're documenting his physical condition. Do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
Profile. Full body
States
profile.
179, the back of him.
He doesn't like the way
That
he
is
looks in
correct.
those pictures. He's like, I should have went to the gym better, more
States 180.
back then.
When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall?
Wait, I got to freeze this because it's freeze game on point right now. What is going on? He's got both his hands balled into fists underneath his chin. Doing one of these. Okay.
If there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
A lot of finger
I'm
injuries.
putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger.
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
All right. You might not want to say this if you're queasy.
States 184. And that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed?
That is correct.
Well, if you want to
And
see, you can
states
go back and look at it, but
186.
looks kind
With
of
a
bloody. And this
closer
was,
view, is that fair?
oh,
Yes,
here's the
with
close-up
with
of
our
it.
scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway. Or you tell me.
Good question.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes.
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
That's right.
Yes,
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
no.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Passing the witness. He's not out on
Thank
bond.
you.
Where's Chloe? He's been in. He's been in since the arrest in September 22. He's on the
And you were
inside.
asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag.
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes,
They have a
I would
vault.
ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit A, would be great. Thank you.
Anything a witness brings with them to court is fair game. So she brought this to court with her, but she wasn't asked about it by the prosecutor, which is interesting, right? And now he's lodging it with the court because he's like, you brought this. Let's talk about it. Interesting. Randy says September 22. Why did it take so long to go to trial? Well, it's not even 2 years. Think about it. There's so many other cases that took so much longer than that, right? And also he represented himself for quite some time. He fired 3 lawyers. Then he was pro se for a while. And now he has this attorney representing him. So, I mean, really, in the grand scheme of things, it's not so long. Although there was a trial I saw the other day that was within a year of the crime, which I thought was very interesting. So, you know, a lot of times there was tons of discovery in this case that they had to go to, all the cellular forensics, and they were also litigating about Jeff Garriman's devices and getting that information. There was a lot of First Amendment issues there about whether or not a reporter's devices could be searched by the defense because of journalistic privilege. And eventually they were sorted out by his employer, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and some of the information was given to the defense. So there was a lot of pretrial motions that happened, a lot of discovery. It's not really that long. It's not even 2 years. So we'll see what happens here.
Do you want to have it open now? Or?
She wanted it open?
We intend addressing that later. I mean,
Oh,
by
okay.
stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure.
State's pleasure. They're so very polite to each other. Pass the witness, state's pleasure, court's indulgence. I love it.
Since she's here,
Loving
we'll
me
take
some
advantage of it.
Las Vegas jurisprudence.
Okay, all right.
Viva Las Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Can't get Elvis out of my head now. Oh, look at that. They have gloves to open up the sealed evidence bags, just like.
Miss Bailey, do you have a bag as well to bag it?
I do not.
Okay.
Thank you, K-Pick, for coming in with most homicide trials are between 2 and 4 years before trial. Yeah. Look at Koberger's not going to go to trial until summer 2025. At least. Rex Heuermann, who knows when it'll be before that guy goes to trial. They just turned over like another 8 terabytes of evidence. For those of you who don't know, Rex Heuermann is the accused Long Island serial killer, who I think has now been indicted on 6 bodies here on Long Island. Right, Myers? They are very lovely. Thank you, Albert's Bulkhead Doors. We're sorry, but we/Melanie can't lend you any money, give you legal advice, meet your son at the airport, or take him on a plane, or be a pen pal. Love it. I know you're going to use that often. Michael's in Las Vegas. Michael, have you been to the Sphere? I was there for Dead and Company like 2 weeks ago. Freaking awesome. Great Dane mom, born and raised in Vegas. Viva Las Vegas. Should put a mask on too. Should put a mask on if you're not watching.
Please. Yes.
Thank you so much. Spoiler alerts are allowed when there is a break or something graphic of nature coming up. We love that. Thank you so much. Just one more thing. You're telling us just one more thing. We're a little bit behind. Jeans with a belt.
Thank you. We could have the lodge up with the court.
No objection.
I'm not seeing any blood stains. Maybe that's
Yes,
what he's
please.
pointing out, that there are no blood stains on the jeans. But again, he was stabbed what? A couple times in the neck, kidney, punctured lung, heart. Bleeding could have been internal, right? I mean, I don't know. Not every wound spouts blood all over someone's jeans.
Today we don't. No, thank you very much.
But again, that kind of puts a problem into the defense's theory that Tellys would have had blood all over him, and there was no blood found in his wife's car, so therefore he couldn't have been the one. There's no blood on Gehrman's jeans. Wait, these are Gehrman's. No, Gehrman was wearing shorts. These are Telly's jeans that he was wearing. Okay. All right, I'm confused. Let me start again. Just because there's no blood on Telly's jeans doesn't mean that he wasn't the perp, because those wounds, as the Emmy described them, may not have bled profusely. It would also depend on where he was standing, the position of the decedent. So I don't know. Does it convince you? If the jeans are not bloody, does that convince you that he didn't do it? Let me know in the chat.
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant.
that is correct.
Oh, but they weren't taken until September 7th, which would have been 5 days after. They could have been laundered, right? Okay. That means nothing to me.
Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
I see.
Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
And in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs.
He's flexing. Okay, is he flexing? Is he flexing? Is he flexing for this photo? It's like a headshot, head and shoulders. He's flexing to make his muscles look bigger. Or is that just his natural stance? What say you?
None.
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Self-soothing.
Do you
Boss baby
recall what
pose.
photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
Ooh, they're going to approach first sidebar. Or maybe it's the second sidebar. And that's what K-Pick is saying. Yep, I think so too. I'm not going to read it out loud, but yeah, he may have cut his throat from behind. It could be. Could be. Carrie says if the heart is not pumping, blood won't spurt. It may seep, but it won't spurt. My thought bubble for him is like, he's thinking like, oh, how am I supposed to act right now? Like, if I didn't do this, how would I be acting right now? And like, I could just see like the smoke coming out of his ears and his brain thumping against his big head. Like, how should I be reacting right now? Yeah, somebody says, shouldn't this be done, Kristen? Shouldn't this be done on his case in chief? Yeah, I don't know why the prosecutor didn't ask about these photos, but we'll see if defense gets anything out of it that's helpful to them. Let's see.
Yeah, that's fine. Fair to say there were photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we will have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
It was 5
That is
days later.
correct.
Right. It could have happened after too. I mean,
No, so I'm
in fairness.
clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tillis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tillis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
Metadata
You
again.
were
is
not
interesting.
present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there. My supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
A lot of women in law enforcement here in Las
And that
Vegas.
was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tillis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
He does look like a big toe. I can't unsee that now.
Thank you. Miss Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay. We'll just take a break now. At this time, we're going to take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media. Read, watch, or listen to news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Thank you, Megan Mullally from Will and Grace. Thank you, Megan Mullally's character from Will and Grace. Oh, another freeze frame on point. That would be a good thumbnail. And then we have the leisure and the ability and the luxury of fast forwarding. But the break is still happening. Oops. Swiper, stop swiping. Now you're stuck with me for a little while. Let's go back here to Wednesday, Ophelia. I highlighted some excellent comments so that we could enjoy them together later when we had a little break. Las Vegas law enforcement is very modern. They will take a flattering photo of you. You know, one of the best mugshots I've ever seen recently. So like maybe they have like a ring light because maybe a lot of celebrities, right, are arrested in Vegas. And so they want to flatter them with their mugshots. One of the best ones I've seen recently was Justin Timberlake's mugshot from his recent DUI arrest out here in Sag Harbor on Long Island. I'm thinking Sag Harbor Police Department might also have a ring light. If you know, you know. If you haven't seen Justin Timberlake's mugshot, you know what? I have it for you. So hang on. We're going to see it together because I had a whole stream planned and then something happened. And I just didn't get to do it because some news kept breaking. So it never happened. But I have all the documents. So maybe there's another day that we can do that. Why don't I have it? JT? Is it under JT? I guess I don't have the mug shots, but I do have a picture of him in cuffs walking out of Sag Harbor PD. Try and find it. What day was this? Got to look at the metadata. Well, let's take a look at this while we're here, because this is what we do. We have fun here. This is really fun what we do here. You know it. Many of you know it. Here's Justin Timberlake walking out of the Sag Harbor PD in cuffs. I mean, his mugshot was fire. Really was. So there's that. True crime kangaroo is asking me if I've met anyone from Law and Order. No, I haven't. But I love like Mariska Hargitay. That's my dream, to meet her. And she was at several Taylor Swift concerts with Reese Witherspoon and her daughter. Her daughters, maybe. I don't know. But it was pretty cool to see. She's a big Taylor Swift fan. She goes to a lot of Taylor Swift shows, which is kind of cool. All right, let's put that back and then take it away again, just so it's ready to go. So no, sadly I haven't, but it's okay. Cam T says such a nice break from the chaos of KR, Karen Reed, and YSL trial, concise and to the point. We're calling this our palate cleanser trial. It's like a little lemon sorbet in between trials because we're kind of trialed out. And even between the morning stream here and the afternoon stream, we covered a whole bunch, 2 new motions on Ashley Benefield that have to do with potential juror misconduct. So that was also a crazy case, in addition to Lil Woody's testimony and the Karen Reed trial. And back to Out of Scope's comment about Dennis Miller, because I love Dennis Miller. Dennis Miller had a joke about that. He said, if you had a really bad day at work and you're a medical examiner, what's the worst that could happen? You gain one? Yeah, very funny. My delivery is not as great as his, but yep. And One Juror Matters says, finding a split screen, crystal clear, loud audio, great commentary, and a fantabulous group of chatters has made this my #1 avid, rabid trial watching channel on all platforms. Oh, I love that so much for us. One Juror Matters and for you. And we love having you here. We love having you here. So I'm going to take a quick ladies break. Everyone take a quick little break. I'm just going to put up the let's see, they went out at 2:44. They should be coming back any second. So I'm just going to make it very quick. Everyone, take a short, quick break. And don't worry, because we can rewind. We'll still be on real time. Grab yourselves a drink. Be right back. BRB, as they say, BRB. We're back. We didn't miss a thing. Didn't miss a thing.
Please watch your step. If you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
If you have not yet hit the like button on the afternoon stream, please do so. It really helps the algorithm. And you guys are what makes this channel so amazing. You're witty, you're funny, we have great banter. You're all amazing. And that's what makes this chat and this channel a great place to be for your trial coverage. So hit the like button or I'll turn off the air conditioning. Love you. Thanks.
And spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Zackary, Schilling, SCHILLING.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay. Let the record reflect the witness is identified the defendant.
He's the guy who looks like
So,
Boss Baby.
In what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent, and I started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay. So he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes.
Do you have a business partner?
Yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay. Did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you worked with?
Oh yeah, Kristen Riffle. That's my real partner. Yeah.
Okay. So that was
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
okay. But the one that you work with even still today is Kristen. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you would help sell homes through the public administrator. Is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind. Is that kind of how
That's
you get
correct.
involved?
And there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay. So if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes.
Would you see him in person?
Yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of. This is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a walk.
Well, but if I may,
Sure.
if there was another somebody in the same position as Roberta, would be whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Sure,
Understood.
just interrupt.
But when you say
attorney.
walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's
Yeah.
correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
Oh, he's going to have him
They-
identify his
they could
walk.
be-
This is fantastic. Okay, this is awesome. You are in the right chat with the realtor. Okay, this guy. So a public administrator is appointed in cases of death that occur without when somebody does not have a will. They die intestate, means without a will, or they die without any heirs. And then the public administrator has to be appointed to handle the estate and to disperse the assets and distribute the assets. And, if there's any debts, they need to clear up the debts and stuff like that. So if a person dies that has no heirs, but they own a home, this guy would come and do a walk through these houses with Tellis so that they could get the house sold, so that they get to get some money to come into the estate. You picking up what I'm laying down here? So they're going to get this guy who did actual walkthroughs of these properties with Telus to identify his watch. Those of you who are behind, Yuri, are you behind? You talking about the pants? You're behind, Yuri. Yuri's math teacher. All right. Interesting choice of witness to identify his walk. But I don't know. There's something about this prosecutor that I like. Somebody said earlier that he reminds you of I can't think of the actor now. It'll come to me. And then I'll interrupt you when I think of it. But Rob Schneider. Yes, he does remind me of Rob Schneider as well. So in our casting of this miniseries, Rob Schneider to play the prosecutor Hamner. Good. Thank you.
He could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Telus?
Well, I would say that on average from 20 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Telus probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
Heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. Mm-hmm. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly, or a little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay.
Team Brittany for the win. Hashtag Gate, G-A-I-T keeper.
At some point
So
I want to
witty.
turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff German, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
yes,
it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
The Nikes like you find like at Marshall's or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released.
Hold on, he just dissed his outfit. The Nikes that you would find at Marshall's or Ross, meaning like not a current model Nike, like an old like defective pair of Nikes that you would get at Marshall's or Ross. So he's going to recognize his shoes too. And he called it a sombrero, by the way. I like the way he leans too. He's very confident. He's confident. This is the way you want a trial lawyer to be. Confident, not looking at his notes. Remember when Lally, I remember this because I was in the courtroom that day with Mark Betterow at the Karen Reed trial. Lally had a notepad, and he was asking questions of a witness, and they had to turn the lights off because there was something up on the big screen, and there was like no air conditioning because they had to shut it off because the witness wasn't loud enough, and they forced court TV to shut off the cameras. And I think, maybe this was not the day that I was in the courtroom, but in any event, Lally was in the back of the courtroom, standing near a window because he had to get some light because he had to read his notes to read his scripted questions. And he wasn't loud enough because there wasn't near a microphone, but he could not ask questions off the top of his head. He was going off a script of things that he had written down. And that's not a great way to be a trial lawyer because you need to be able to pivot from subject to question because if your witness gives you an answer that you're not expecting, you need to be able to explore it maybe, or pivot or go in a different direction. And this attorney, Christopher Hamner, can do that. It's something that Adam Lally could not do. That's why every time you saw Adam Lally question a witness, it was like, what's the weather? Were you shoveling the apron? What if any? What if any? What if any? Then he would repeat the answer back in the next question to give himself more time. This lawyer has a much different style. And you tell me what you think you like better. what you think plays better to a jury.
Does that catch your attention?
Yes,
Why?
it does. With the way that, I mean, just in the photos itself, it just, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who was the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Wait, stop. Maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista. He's dissing his Nikes, yo. Hold on a second. We have to take this back. This is the best testimony of the day. We have to take it back. Maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista, but I recognize those Nikes, and they were not a current style. They were like Marshalls. This is the guy who cracked the case from doing walkthroughs with Boss Baby and his crappy Nikes. He's a metrosexual. This is like, what was the name of that show where the guys would go in and they would do makeovers of the male contestants? It was an old reality show. I forget the name of it. Wow, this is fantastic. Okay, we have to take it back. Not just his gait. He was not the hashtag GAIT keeper, gatekeeper, Team Brittany. He was also the fashionista. This is the fashionista. Zachary, and he spells his name with a K. Zackary. Zachary Schilling, real estate agent and fashionista.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person?
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay,
Maybe I'm a little bit of a fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. It just, they're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
The same Nikes he always wore.
Video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore.
Yeah.
They were cheap.
Yes.
Okay.
Plastic Nikes.
And the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so
that's a
on
queer
that
eye.
Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death's car.
Okay, car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon Tahoe,
It was a Denali.
whatever older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other. So
in what part of town?
I live in Summerlin Center and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay. So I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were
A good
gonna
one
say.
too. What not to wear?
In fact, is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together.
Wait, the same water store? What's a water store? Hold on. One of my Las Vegas locals, can you give me? There's so much to unpack here, and it is fabulous, and I'm here for every minute of it. Queer Eye, for the straight guy. That's right. That's the show I'm thinking of. Marshalls and Ross got a shout out, not in a good way. He's dissing Rob Telly's choice of shoe, the cheap Nike with the plastic, where they took the leather and they replaced it with plastic. Now he's totally throwing him under the Denali by saying this is the car that he drove to our walkthrough, is the old version with the silver rims. This is fantastic, and I'm here for every minute of it. What's a water store?
The instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap.
I want Christy on the stand next.
The facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay. So you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
It's may I be heard?
Sure,
I mean,
be
I can
heard.
approach her.
There's an exception to hearsay. Let's call Christy. I want Christy to come up and really diss his fashion, because I bet Christy is more of a fashionista than Zachary. And you're right. It's just, Sherry, this is a legally blonde moment. Don't you tap your last season shoes at me. This throwback Nikes. Zachary is the star witness. We're giving him a cupcake. And this is fantastic. You never know who's watching and taking notes. OMG.
You share your thoughts with Kristen, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers.
Crime Stoppers?
The phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news. And so it would turn into a counterintelligence, whatever, terrorist thing. And they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes. And they said, please stay by your phone. The detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Oh, this is where you go fill your water jugs at the water. Okay, we're getting a little info. You fill your water jugs at the water store? Okay, great. Got it. Water store. Okay. Welcome to Vegas. Yep. I guess you go fill up your water bottles there. All right. Right on. Specialty waters like alkaline water. Like, yeah, they have that place in New York. It's called like the pH fountain with a pH where they have alkaline water. Is that what they're talking about? Spilling more than the tea. It's Nevada after all. I'm here for Zachary today, you guys. The best part of our day so far. Called Crime Stoppers, but they got busy because there was some kind of terrorist thing going on. So he's waiting for a call back from Crime Stoppers. And the next day he finds out where Robert was arrested, I think. Let's go.
The following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you
the photos of the suspected. Yes,
I see.
That was a diss, the silver rims, right,
You had a
Karen?
business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No,
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
that's correct. We just did a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him. independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMaster.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, there at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zillow that it was higher. But
No,
that's not really relevant to what.
Wait, you're a real
Well,
estate
it's-
broker and it's not Zillow, it's Zillow. We know I'm a Zillow stalker. I love Zillow. Love to look at all the places that I can't afford to buy. I'm a real estate stalker. It's Zillow. Come on, Zachary. Are they going to say that Zachary is the one that tried to frame him? This will take an interesting twist if it is. Take it back a sec.
Where I told him I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zillow that it was higher. But that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is.
Are you saying the
so he was
estimate is not
trying to
correct?
preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
Yes.
he actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMaster's revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, there was still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money. I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of offhand. I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV.
Don't
you just know it's Robert Tellis, correct?
Nail me to the cross.
That's your testimony.
No, it wasn't his testimony. He didn't identify him from his gait or the way that he walked. I like the way you walk. He actually identified him from the cheap Nikes that he wore that were from Ross or Marshalls. Sir, pay attention, defense attorney. We were on a break. Hold on. Taking it back. Don't nail me to the cross or anything. He's like, well, yeah, shady vibes from Zachary. Let's see. We'll assess his credibility after this. 32 houses, 40 houses. I don't know how many. They did walkthroughs in Zillow. Cheap Nikes.
Probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV. You just know it's Robert Tellis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday.
What's the date? Do you recall?
No, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
The split screen is back.
Sorry, it's the 26th, correct?
Don't nail me to the cross.
You have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes,
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony.
He grew up with him?
hurts Mr. Tellis, correct?
Oh,
You want to talk to the police and say that you. I think it's
argumentative.
You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative.
All right, listen, stop interrupting Eric Roberts' flow.
I have-
Mr. Prosecutor. And it is Susie Q, CCR. Gina Gomez understands me. You get me, Gina, you get me. I like the way you walk. I like the way you talk. Susie Q.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
They grew up together.
But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Wait, he grew up with Tellis or he grew up with the SWAT guy? He just walked away. He just totally dissed him by turning his back on him. I gotta just take this back a second because I want to know if he grew up with Tellis. I think he grew up with Tellis, not the SWAT guy. Hold on. The member link should be, if you close out the chat and you look in there's definitely a member link in the video description. So it's hard to find on an iPhone, but Patronus Glow is so sweet and she just put it in there. Sounds like they grew up with both of them. I need to know, so I need to rewind. Hold on. Because this is great. We could watch it. It's only 2 seconds.
Hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's the truth.
That's a fact.
I see.
It's a fact.
So you're calling and saying, I see something. I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes.
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis. Fair enough?
That's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so
The whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you
If
have,
not, yeah.
just give me a second.
Just
Okay.
stop
so for a
interrupting
year
me.
and a half,
It's getting bad.
after that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes.
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
No,
out?
they don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes.
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
A year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. After this agreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes,
Mhm.
Bob and
Just one home.
your partner
Boss baby's getting upset. Boss baby's getting upset.
dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob,
Objection, relevant.
That's
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
that's actually not correct.
not gonna-
Bob
it's not-
McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest. And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
He's
Fair
gonna
to
push his
say-
buttons.
And after that fact, I'm going to go ahead and add for you and help
Oh,
you.
please do.
No,
After
don't.
that
Don't.
fact,
Don't.
I went ahead and put together my own team,
Okay.
and we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you put
The more he
together your
talks,
own
yeah.
team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the
Well,
Mr. Tellis's office.
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see.
That's
your recollection.
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness?
No, you're right.
Okay, looks like I have a
No,
question.
thank you, Megan Mullally. This guy sounds like he has a stone to grind. Yeah, the more he talks, the more his buttons were being pushed. They're like, okay, I think he's done. Like, you can go now. Right? Is there anything else?
If you just stay here for just a moment,
Yeah, no problem.
We have a question from a juror.
Oh, the jury's getting to ask questions. I love this so much. Yay, Las Vegas. Thank you, Mean Mac, for your 20. Says, love your channel. By the way, grew up in Huntington, still have family in the area. Awesome. Long Island strong. Thank you so much. Great place. There's a great theater in Huntington called the Paramount. I saw Billy Joel play there once because, you know, he lives nearby and he came and did a show at the Paramount for members. It's a tiny little, not a tiny little place, but I mean, I don't know what the capacity at the Paramount in Huntington is. Not that much. All right, ready? We're going to play Name That Tune, everyone. Thank you, Pilgrim Shadow, for the 10 and the song lyric. Should I sing it or just say it? I think if I sing it, it's going to be too easy. So no Googling. Trouble with you is the trouble with me. Got two good eyes, but we still don't see. Thank you, mods, for all your work. And thank you, Pilgrim Shadow, for the 10. Everybody, name that tune. Trouble with you. Trouble with is the trouble with me. Got two good eyes, but we still don't see.
Marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer?
Almost. Driving that train high on cocaine. You got to know the name of the song, though. Here's the juror question. The attorneys had to approach to decide if it was going to be allowed to be asked, and we're going to hear it now. And we're finally going to get a look at the judge. It's been 2 days. Yes, it's Casey Jones. It's good, whoever's the first one in there with
We
that.
have a note from a juror. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have
She's
any further?
flustered.
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, do you
talk, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes.
Yes, yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was
That wasn't the question.
posed a friend. Did you
I thought the question was before or after the interview. Not your call to Crime Stoppers, but let's see if he cleans it up.
have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers,
Mm-hmm.
and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is. I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, a week after Mr. Derman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers,
somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and then at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Draskovich?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed
said
that
No,
transcript of your interview before
Yeah.
testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Isn't that what he just said?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Split screen, loving this.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Loving.
And the state may call our next witness.
Kristen Riffle.
Kristen Ripple. There's another Grateful Dead reference. One of my favorite songs is called Ripple. Ripple in still water when there is no pebble tossed, nor wind to blow.
Shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Oh, so
You
this
may be seated.
is
Please
this
state and
his
spell
partner?
your first and last name for the record.
My name is Kristen Riffle, Kristen Riffle.
Oh, it's Riffle. Sorry.
And, Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Is it a cheap blue suit? Is she a fashionista too?
How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes
Correct.
to later be resold.
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020.
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how
not.
many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes.
Mujer
I'm
Barroca.
guessing, and I don't like to guess in court.
I'm going to say TJ Maxx.
Would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it would be
I don't like to guess in court. Does she testify a lot? That's an interesting thing to say for a real estate broker. Okay.
over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several. at
Several.
least.
Quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff German had been murdered?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos? Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes. me and Zach, because we had followed
Zach and I.
all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on because, that's
Not wanting to believe it.
yeah. Well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Riffle?
Mhm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Much
And then
better, Bubbles. Well,
sometime
thank you.
later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video,
Okay.
and then
the video of what?
of him walking
I
and
see.
the height, the shoes.
The shoes now. Okay.
Yes.
You would tell
The shoes now. She's going to know they're cheap shoes too. All right. I don't know if you have Caraco near you, but there's a men's clothing store called Caraco that's all over. I haven't watched TV in so long since I started watching YouTube all the time. But there used to be like, for $99, you would get 3 suits, 2 shirts, 4 ties at Caraco. And he reminds me of like a Caraco shopper. But now she's saying also the shoes.
testified concerning this realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the
the
video of
picture.
him walking was not confirmation?
No,
enough.
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently. But we followed the case when it was happening. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently. If I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
You
man.
received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention.
I've
with
been
this.
very busy, if we're being honest,
Oh, that's please, yes.
which is a good thing.
He's like, yeah, let's be
You know
honest.
that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming?
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even going to have to show up, to be honest with you. So I didn't think my testimony was going to be that important to it. So I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You, Griffin, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
Lovely.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
Oh, don't curse on my stream, sir.
Who
We don't
said
do
you
that
called him
here.
an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr. Tellis, or concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis's involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
video. Oh, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Riffle, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to
Okay,
me.
hold on one sec. Let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay. Any other question?
All right, they're approaching. The cheap shoes are going to be his downfall.
Her that was, did she realize it was
They're going to have jury questions. Nice.
exhibit number 9? Did she realize
Done.
managers were marked as court's exhibit number 9? Did she realize it was Tellis's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellis's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I was thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are
you.
excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
We're going to call Detective Edgar Nam.
I swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nam, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Thank you very much. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And What is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately a year and a half now.
Okay, and before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY or a temporary assignment, more of a ride along with the homicide section. So I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective. And so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told like, okay, we're ready to go. And then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, for me, being the fact that I was a ride along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrants.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there were some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we would want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So
you're going to this house. Did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like page 217, 18, 19. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's right. He's just looking for the rest. No objection? No objection. All right.
So 218 through 235 are being offered at this time,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
Okay, approach.
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there.
It was the sewer crew that was working in the area. We heard from that witness yesterday. We're a little behind. See if we can catch up while he's looking at these photos.
Of Mr. Tay.
Out there. Recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of of Mr. Tay's residence.
Okay. On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? It depends, like geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay. So in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay. So do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide, usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing, right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
Don't do it.
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jappy participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jappy's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Jappy, isn't that the one that defense said in their opening statement is the guy who is framing Tellys? Jappy. Jappe. All right, let's see if he was on scene. Not scene, executing the search warrant. Yeah, on scene, not the crime scene, but Telly's house where they were executing the search warrant.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
Was it a redhead?
Okay.
Jappy?
Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis's house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Ted's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Nice blue. I like the blue front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking at towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
Right. Publishing 221, what vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered
Flipped?
the residence.
Flipped as in inverted? Flipped as in okay, listen, flip out. Thank you. Thank you. We saw this. Please stop spamming the chat. You've put it in there like 10 times. Everyone, please watch the documentary, The Guardians. I don't know where it is. I don't know where people can find it, but please, when you start getting repetitive and repeating your comments over and over and over again, that's a good way to get a boarding pass. Okay. I think I already highlighted it once, but please take a step back. Thank you. Flipped, is it flipped as an inverted? Let's take a look.
You flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222.
Sectional.
What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
It's a sectional.
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Don't
Okay.
misname
when
the
you're
furniture.
If you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes,
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material.
It's
and
plastic
then to the right of
sneakers,
that was
plastic
a
Nikes
shoe.
from Ross or Marshalls.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in. And if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here.
I see it.
And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
He's like, thought bubble.
Is this more?
How could I be so stupid? What was I thinking? Stupid. Stupid. I shouldn't have bought those shoes at Ross or Marshalls. I should have bought a kind of shoe like a Nike, like John O'Keefe had, that there were just millions of them everywhere. Not a stupid plastic Nike. Stupid.
Of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle
There it
and identify
is.
it for us?
Oop, there it
And let the
is.
record reflect the witness has circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture.
I love how they describe things for the record here. That was making me crazy in Dedham at the Karen Reed trial, how nobody would describe anything for the record. They would just point at things on the screen. Nobody would clarify it. We're like, yeah, over here and over here and over here. And this is exactly what you're supposed to do, what I've been screaming into a closet about. The witness points to something and you say, to clarify, as the attorney, indicating the sneaker on the left side of the frame of the picture that is gray in color. It's really simple.
Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Look, they have black soles. Look. Hold on. Stop. These Nikes have black soles, you guys. Taking us again back to Officer John O'Keefe and the shoe that the CERT team found in the street that some people thought had a black sole, and yet the sneaker he was wearing in CF McCarthy absolutely had a white sole because we saw him pick up his shoe. Does this Nike have a black sole? Hold on. Let's see if we're going to see it from the bottom. Don't tell me that's a shadow.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the Valentin.
I mean, looks like a black sole to me. It's a Nike and it has a black sole. I don't know. I'm just saying.
So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
There it is. Oop, there it is. Oop, there it is. There's the shoe.
Oops.
On the perp.
Oh, there's the lag.
He's got his foot lifted up and it looks
That's what
like a
caught your
black sole.
attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
It was the
I
cheap
want to publish
plastic.
229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Looks like blood on the sole to me, but I don't know.
Publishing 231. Is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Put its sole
Publishing
up so we can see if
232.
it's a black sole.
This is just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe.
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so
That's it.
you
Means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top.
Yeah, in medical.
Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233, are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside.
Plastic. He says outright they're plastic. This piece right here that I'm got my cursor on, it's not a fly on your TV. Do not break your TV and send me a bill. This looks like the bottom of the sole and it looks like it's black. So I'm going to confirm maybe that these shoes have black soles. So there are Nikes with black soles out there. Just saying. Let's hit the like button while we're here, please. It's a lot of work sitting here all day. I love being here with you. But, you know, the like button just really helps. So thank you.
Side of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, just there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smithson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to like preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for like sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be, potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smithson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep. And then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smithson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Court's indulgence. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum.
I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
It's a point of contention.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report that was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. Being that it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay. Happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning. Right
I
around
wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. He's mystified. Why?
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there is approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages.
Okay, that is kind of weird.
And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know I'm telling you the truth?
That's
I have
weird.
no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to tell us home, correct?
I did, yes.
That's weird. Got to be honest. 1,050
What
pages
time-
of discovery turned over by the prosecution, and this Detective Nam, who says he found the sneaker underneath the couch. His name is not in any of the reports. Why would they call him? That's crazy.
Do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
Laura says he was on a ride along. That was an oversight.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Tellis home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, that's an interesting twist. They're going to be able to clean it up.
Okay. So, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gass's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions like that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar?
Okay, so that begins with an E.
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nam?
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel. You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning. Is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time, if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police
Would it help
report.
refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory as to time.
Okay.
Agreed,
I'd like
Randy.
you to take a
Prosecution
look,
should have got ahead of
and
this
there's
during
a list
direct.
of off persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself.
Right on, Harmony.
Okay.
Said his
Now
name
I
is a
turn to
point of
page
contention.
41,
This could be
first
why.
paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here and just review that and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay, if you read this paragraph right here. Okay? All right. So now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay. Where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay. So when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled Nahun at the end as opposed to
instead
N.
of M. I
Okay,
have
well,
that
that's
issue with
not too
Hamner
much of a
and
misspelling
people
or a
all the time. But
quote
anyways,
scrivener's error. He's listed on there. It just has it's Nahun instead of Nahum, but let's see. Oh, my freeze game is on point today, you guys. Look at that.
is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Tragically.
So how
Okay, it
long
would be
has he been retired
tragic
for?
if he
Just
passed
a couple of
away, if he took his own life, if he was killed on the job, but not tragic that he's retired. Come on, man. Come on. I was waiting for the tragedy of it all.
Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically, he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search.
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe.
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Maybe he went to Florida.
It's your
Gilbert's
name
in
was spelled on the
Florida?
report, on the one page.
My last name seems to be keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. My attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag. And then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one
Well,
second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you,
No
sir.
body cams for search warrants. Okay.
Just real briefly, as to the question I memorialized with body cam. There's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggie of shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes, it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us, is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Yes, Aeon, they called a retired cop yesterday, or a retired law enforcement detective, but, you know, who knows? Gilbert may be in Florida. That's far. Rudolph? Somebody gave us the name of another trial that this prosecutor was in. The prosecutor or the defense attorney?
Looking at video surveillance to kind of see
What?
if there's any clothing or
What just happened? Sometimes it jumps like that. Why? Why you do that to me? Why, long crime? Why? Hold on. What had happened? All right, so this.
Edward, or Edgar, which is my,
Wait, hold on. It's right after this witness, right? That's where we were. So it was a typo. He was there. Gilbert tragically has retired. They didn't call him out of retirement to come testify. So this was your witness. Our witness, their witness.
Court exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Wait, do you recall who did what with the underneath what? Hold on, this is a jury question.
Okay, two questions from the jurors. Court exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath?
Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath?
Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
You were Detective Gilbert.
remember serves correctly, it was me.
Court exhibit number 11. While the team was searching the home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we marked this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down. You're excused with your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call our next witness.
Detective Milligan?
I mean, it sounds like from those jury questions, they're considering the fact that, you know, something may have gone awry during that search. They want to know if the video cameras in the house were working and reviewed, and who reclined the chair to find the sneaker.
I do. You may be seated.
Oh, it's good they're, considering all the evidence.
State and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Milligan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this
Sure.
particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes,
Okay, and that was done in this case?
yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds.
Yes.
Photos before
Amongst
the search.
detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be, or maybe not. And then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching? And then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay, and do you know a detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you recall him working on this search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a
Wouldn't it be great if you totally fell on the sword and said, look, yeah, Nahum actually found that shoe and it was a scrivener's error and I was the scribe. Therefore, it was my error. I didn't write it down. I'm so sorry. It was totally my mistake. I own it.
handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst.
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well.
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of.
Okay. Myers says Spanish Steps, great names in that town. Raise your hand if you've been to the Spanish Steps. And if you know where the Spanish Steps are, tell me that you know where they are. And if you've been there, I've been there. Amazing place. Okay. Moving on.
Of Mr. Tellis, at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on.
Correct.
Now, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves.
Rome.
Okay.
Ding, ding,
Now,
ding,
with
ding.
regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
And Tracy knows that it's Rome then, right? Roma. Oh, the streets of Rome filled with rubble. Ancient footprints everywhere. You could almost think that you're seeing double. Who knows that song? On a cold, dark night in the Spanish stairs. Gotta hurry on back to my hotel room where I got me a
Do you
date.
recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they
Botticelli's
of?
niece.
Those are photographs taken from inside of
From
Mr.
it.
Tase's garage,
Okay,
particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
and was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
When I
And now may I
paint
publish?
my
I'm
masterpiece.
going to put on the overhead states 236.
Okay.
Is that just an overview of the garage area?
It's Bob Dylan. It is Bob Dylan. When I paint my masterpiece, also covered by the Grateful Dead. Dead and Company, and probably Jerry Garcia Band, and also maybe even Bob Weir solo. Great tune. Mentions the Spanish Stairs. Hence, it popped into my head.
Yes, it is.
Back to the garage
This
of
is
Rob
states
Telly's.
237. Can you orient us a little bit? And is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
The duffel bag.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag
Yes.
from the tub.
Yes.
There's a
States
soccer ball and a football in it.
243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag.
And states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view. And then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
I'll pass the
Yes,
witness.
thank you.
It's like passing the salt and pepper. Pass the witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag
You
in
kid.
question, which I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this
Don't do
box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Maybe you shoulda.
This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
Oh, Leanne. Good one.
And then here, this would be, looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it?
Laura for the win.
I'm not sure what's in there.
Laura J. says, at least we can take solace in knowing that no one was
And
looking
then
for
this
nudes
was
on the
asked- you were
defendant's
asked if
phone.
This was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and it's in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I mean, there's a lot of coincidences here.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. And you may call your next witness.
I mean, this judge rolls right up on 5 o'clock because it's nearing 8 p.m. here on the East Coast, and as much as I like sleeping late, at this time I start getting punchy. I'm getting punchy. Let's keep going.
Please state and spell your first.
We're not
and last
used to
name for the
this.
record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home? Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case,
Vice,
you
right,
reviewed some
Robbie?
video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed.
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to Stage 311. Did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Do you
Compass
happen
Realty?
to see Derek Jaffe
Yeah.
in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249.
Vitalis. Vitalis has entered the chat.
252 and 253.
You know.
These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits.
It's like a full day's work for me. I've been retired for a long time, you guys. This is like being at work for a full day, and I'm loving every minute of it with you.
Any objections? No.
Don't get the wrong impression.
Opposing counsel's been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of
Gracious.
states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as states 282 and 285. So
Hi,
let's just
Edmy.
start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
Yes. Yes, Mary, we know. We feel you. 5:30 a.m. I mean, later is better, right? Plus, then we got to do that lunchtime stream on a
These are
whole
pictures of
different
the
case.
inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right. And when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Wait,
Yes,
Ann
right.
Higgins was SWAT surrounding the home at the same time they were executing the search warrant? I thought that's when they went to arrest him. And then he was threatening that he was going to take his own life. And then was that the same time that this search warrant was being executed? Because now I'm confused. All right, I think this is the last witness of the day. This is witness number 15. The prosecution has said they have 20 witnesses, so prosecution could rest tomorrow at this rate. We're just whipping right through this.
Yes.
You know who I can't
Policy
wait to hear from
240.
is the women from the office. I want the women from Tellus's office to testify. Maybe they're saving them all for the same day. Maybe that's going to be tomorrow. I'm here for it.
7, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Where do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly, where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there.
Yes.
Okay. And let the record reflect the witness identified or what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248. Is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry. Right here.
Oh, what's that bag?
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it.
Thank you for clarifying the record,
249, is
Mr.
this a
Hamner.
close-up of that bag.
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250. Is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251.
Oh, that's the
Closer?
Sprouts bag
Yes.
with the hat.
Publishing 252.
I need to go clean my
What are we looking
garage.
at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay, and publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that hat, the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could.
Oop, there it is.
Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
I
Okay,
mean,
and
if
that's
you're
why
not
you
looking at
felt
the
it
screen, take
important
a look
to-
at the screen. They've got a side by side of the perp wearing the hat and the cut up pieces of the hat. And it looks pretty much like the same hat to me.
To collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut up sun hat.
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes, once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you. Couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
There's a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance.
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
But the crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag?
Yes.
And then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Well, but like,
And not one picture.
but like, does it really matter what the exact position of the bag was? I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know. I think it's what's inside the bag that counts. And then they put it back to take a picture of where it was found. Like, I don't know. Because, there was a lot of clutter in that garage. So they were looking at a lot of things. So, I don't know. Does it make a difference to you if you're a juror? Is this a smoking gun? Is this a smoking hat for you?
The 3 pictures.
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back.
Yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
Hey, girl.
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it. She takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay.
She
And
testified
is that
yesterday.
her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Extra.
Staged, in a sense. You'd agree?
Staged? All right, whatever. I don't know.
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, then we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
Yes.
correct?
Oh, Anthony, he's thinking he was probably
Now,
better off defending
do
himself.
you
He's mad.
remove these items from the bag, or
Boss
does
baby's getting
crime scene analyst Smithson?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see.
I see.
So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag were removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No,
Robbie wins the evening. Telly's
Okay.
scissor hands.
Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
for these photos, no.
She testified already.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not? Fair
No.
to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just. Okay, so you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag or whether you opened the bag? Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat. And then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yes, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat,
Yes.
right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
Lo
What
and
appears to be.
behold.
Your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Pure so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Ventilation.
Okay. Publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this ground thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mhm.
It's part about the
The
10-gallon
sunshady
part,
part.
right?
A lot of
What's
coinky
that
dinks.
brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection meeting.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Yeah, they didn't do any DNA
Just
testing.
briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Welcome, Sarah MJ.
Question?
Oh, jurors have questions? Flip out says, for all of you to please watch the documentary, The Guardians. My family lives in Las Vegas and have gone through what the probate and guardianship office has destroyed the lives of the elderly over their assets. I don't know where this documentary is, but maybe if you have a Fire Stick, you can find it. Ross says, I saw Dylan, didn't enjoy it much. Funny story, I saw Dylan too, and I was like in the pit or close to the front row, and I took out this was a long time ago, I took out my camera to take a picture and literally almost got tackled by his security. Mr. Dylan does not want anybody taking his picture. Dude should be happy that people want to take his picture. Like, that was just so weird to me.
Court Exhibit number 12. Okay, we have a question from a juror marked as Court Exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Oh, even worse.
Thank you. I have no
The
further
defendant. It wasn't in the
One
toolbox.
follow-up.
Thanks, juror, for clearing that up for us, because now we know there were some items, it was hidden behind some other items on that shelf.
Plain sight. Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
They have a search warrant. It doesn't need to be in plain sight, right?
This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Didn't they take photos before and after the search? No.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case, do any research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own or form express any opinion regarding the case till it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9:30. Juror number 4 would just stay behind for 1 minute, and everyone else is excused. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yesterday, juror number 3 had to stay back, and now today it's juror number 4. So tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. start, which is 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And that's when we will see you. Stephanie, my goodness, Stephanie, thank you so much for the very generous Venmo. Says for your great trial coverage, always compassionate and always knowledgeable. Thank you so much. That is so very kind. Generous of you.
I just wanted to make sure you know that I did get your note, and if we're not done, we will work around that. Work around the 22nd and the 27th.
I appreciate that, so I can respond and something all the allergies. I appreciate that.
That's perfect. All right, thank you, and you're excused.
All right. So I guess the juror number 4 has a conflict on the 22nd and 27th. Maybe there's 2 days she needs to leave early or something, or has, a graduation or a wedding, or who knows. Taking a kid to college, maybe. It's that time. Oh, it makes me so sad. So we will be back tomorrow at oops, there it is. Tomorrow at 12:30 Eastern. Anyway, Stephanie, thank you so much for your very generous Venmo. That is so very kind and generous of you. You're a doll, an absolute doll. And I couldn't do this without all of you guys. So I thank you so much. See if there's anybody else here for me to thank. For those of you who were not here this morning, talked about a lot of things this morning. We talked about the arrests that were made in the case of Matthew Perry, very tragically. Then we broke for lunch, and we did a stream on Ashley Benefield on the trial. I mean, the post-trial motions. There's some more stuff that Kate was so kind to send me. And I'll take a look at that and see if I can do something on that tomorrow. I'm beat for the evening, my friends. I'm beat. I can't do any more streams today. In the morning, we did an afternoon, we did an evening, and we're here. We're here for it. He's been in custody since his arrest. So that is true. And to my moderators, you guys are awesome. You did a fantastic job today. Love you with all of my heart. Thank you so much for keeping the chat classy. And also, please hit the like button, you guys, on your way out. And everyone, please get a will. Rachel's dad died intestate. It was a mess. Lesson learned there. That's what the public administrator does. It is a mess. Please make sure your parents have wills. You have a will. Everyone has a will. You do not want the public administrator administering your estate. You just don't want it. It's very easy. Nowadays, you can probably get one online and do it yourself, but this is not legal advice, except to tell you that you should have a will, especially if you have children. And especially if it doesn't matter. If you have nothing, you still need a will. Just in case. You don't know if you're going to win the lottery. You never know what's going to happen. You never know what's going to happen. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning or 12:30 Eastern time. And as always, my friends, please hit the like button on your way out. Thank the moderators because they do an amazing, amazing job. Thanks to Pilgrim Shadow for the guests of Casey Jones, the Grateful Dead lyric, and the 10 spot. And also, my friends, like I always say to end every stream, be cool, be kind, be classy. It is not hard. It's so not hard. Peace. I'll see ya. Hasta mañana. Good night.